Hey everybody, welcome back to Weekends with a Silverfang. I am a Silverfang. And this is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're still on Justice for All, but first I would like to wish you all a happy Easter. Thank you all for coming. It's a pretty chill day, actually. Sun's shining. Day is warm and bright. Let's stay inside with the blinds drawn and play some games. We're on to episode 4 still, but now we're back in court. Farewell, my turnabout. Part 4-1. Trial. Hey, Mato TV, welcome back. Am I saying that right? I think I'm saying that right. But I could be wrong. I'm terrible with name pronunciations. I try my best every time. How did I get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney!
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
Muto. That was my other guess. That was my second guess. I've had this dream before. Someplace, sometime long ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm gonna be right back. I've got a timer going off I've got to turn off. Sorry about that. Timer for my lunch. Just gonna let that cool. Alright. Let's see if I can get a killer declared innocent. Beep. Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? You have to call me. We're in the same room. Let me just get my cognac out of my ass again. Don't ask how I do this. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. I guess saved by the bell. Bag! It's that cursed on guard again! Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it! You're really mean, pal. Poor Gumshoe. Ah, Gumshoe! I'm really, really sorry! Where are you? I hope you joined the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Didn't you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? Time to stall! If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. Edgeworth will also be drawing it out. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us! We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Yes, of course! I forgot! The power of friendship will always win the day! Always, in all anime, ever. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, though. I know it. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I am not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say? Oh, so shocking.
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt on guard. That is the truth.
What a surprising turn of events! How do I rule this?
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. This is basically how all of our trials go. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
Hey,
Now then, witness.
your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much.
Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that. But, you know,
I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
all you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room.
Okay, sure.
After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. Oh my gosh, he watched them interact with each other. Wow. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If no one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with wasn't... If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy...
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? Well, this time, yeah, he just laid it up for us, so we know it's a trap. But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Visit to Matt's room. Cross-examination. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Did you now? The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor. Like a big brother, sort of. And I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright! What is it? I don't like where this is going.
You're gonna try to trip me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
I'm not saying you are. No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. So they turned my question around and made me the bad guy. Sorry.
So you went to the defendant's room, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. How did I suddenly turn to the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt on guard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
He was talking with someone at first. At first, I thought it was the bellboy.
At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know? I'm asking you why you thought that.
Sorry, but I can't remember right now.
Sorry. That's a terrible, terrible reason. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one.
I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. So who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, in his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Yeah. Okay, so the clue is when he left. So when was this? Okay. This one's not so obvious. Because I know Powers is not the bad guy. I know Powers is just trying to help. The more curious part is that he gave something to... I'm just gonna say it. We all know he's the killer. I mean, it showed us a picture. That's clearly who he was talking to. Is there anything that can point to when he went? I'm a little confused because he was carrying the wine glass and the bottle of juice. Yeah, I didn't think that would yield anything. Okay, so if I remember correctly, he was in a samurai costume, but not his mask, so we know it was him. He was talking with the bellboy at first, but he doesn't know why he didn't think it was the bellboy. Why did he think it wasn't the bellboy? Matt gave him a tip. That was weird, apparently. I have a picture of this guy. Maybe that would help. No. This really isn't a lot to go on. A guy who's telling everything as honest as he possibly can is always the hardest witness to interrogate. Finding a contradiction here isn't finding a lie, it's finding something that he forgot to remember. I still think that showing a picture of the killer would help. Because Phoenix knows this is the killer now. He's like, that butler was the killer. So if this is the killer's... Like, we know this is the killer. And since it's the killer's face, you'd think I could just present this to Powers and he'd go, yeah, that was the guy I saw. Maybe I presented it at the wrong spot. Nope, okay, that's not it either. I keep doing, no. Bellboy watched two of them for a while, but then gave up and went back. I've got a hunch it's in here somewhere. These two parts, because then it's, I had guessed with me, that doesn't matter. And we've confirmed it was Matt. He wasn't wearing his mask. It's important, but it's not contradictory to anything. We just know it was Matt. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. He did. Wait, after the awards ceremony. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure right after the awards ceremony, there was a time when Phoenix had to go, I think he said he had to go to the restroom or something, so we went down the hallway to the public restrooms. And then that's when we went to the hallway and saw the two doors, and then we went back. So it could have been in that time period that Will Powers went. But I was in that same area, that couldn't be it. No, there was a time. I forgot about it. He mentioned something. He said there was a time he had to go and check. It was while we were waiting for the stage show to start, I think, or before we went. I do remember there was a period where he did leave, but it was very brief. So in that brief period, that guy had a thing of tomato juice and a bottle of tomato juice and the glass. He brought those in. I bet he brought those into Koroda's room as a reason to be there, and then put them down on the table like the juice is, and then strangled Koroda. After he left, as he was a bellboy and had just brought some juice to a customer, Adrian Andrews went in, found him there, poured the juice like she said, and then realized he was dead. The whole situation. So, I've got the order of events lined up. I just don't know what I'm looking for here. I watched the two of them for a while. It's got to be what he gave him, right? It's got to be that tip. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. Okay, so why did he think giving... I have this bear that was in On Guard's house with thin cuts all over it. I didn't think it was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Why did I think... Okay, that's what I'm saying. Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Only a few minutes ago, you stated... Oh, hold it. I had to go back here again? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt... Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Okay, this is interesting. I had to go forward... And then I had to go back. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah! Yeah, that's it! You really know your job!
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Why? So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Yeah, well, see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Both. On Guard's tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because they gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? That's not a tip!
Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Hold up. so I have to stall as long as possible. Raise an objection! The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. You don't get paid? Why are you a lawyer? How do you eat? How do you live? How do you pay rent? Why do you do this job? It's not a job if you don't get paid for it. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy witness we saw. Lawyer hobby, yeah. Ugh, a lawyer hobbyist. What are you? I'm a politician hobbyist. Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the Killer?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I really should have done the other option. I was thinking that revealing his face... Now that I've seen where this is gone, I can see why the face thing would have just been a non sequitur. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What?
You did too, Phoenix. Although you hadn't seen him before.
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away. The second time. This time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. My laugh was kind of forced, you know. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Really? And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to math room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. Then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And that's when I saw that bellboy. I saw earlier came out of the... Yeah, that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah! And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Cordo's room. Yeah, I feel like I really should have done the face thing first. What do you think? Should I go back and just do the face thing? Or should I just ignore that? I'm not sure. It would take a lot of time. Yeah, true. I guess it is. Okay. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Why? He's a bellboy. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it's a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Was it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide or try to pull a fast one? We're gonna stall this out. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. Yeah, this went somewhere. If you two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Yes, there is. They just delivered the room service. Now they have nothing in their hand. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. Why? So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy,
he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason for why he would be empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Not yet, though. I need to listen to everything he has to say. Yes, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. Hey. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing.
think of every person as a thief.
Wow. What a family motto. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, It would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? It's like, but he really is the assassin! Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Great. Well, cheap tricks is what I'm all about. That's how I win all my trials, right? At least as everyone else says. Okay, here's where I need to use the court record to present something. Hey, look! A wine glass! Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and... So? A baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? That's a leap of logic, but sure. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. We see the tray and the glass. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Cordoda's body. And the liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Cordoda's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
But can you prove that Mr. Cordoda was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
Talk about easily influenced by the words of others. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh, yeah! I almost forgot!
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other boys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. How is this the top assassin, then? Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So? A football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Why do they keep going to sports objects?
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh, yes. Please, tell us more.
Okay. He really is. Which is weird. He's never talked about being obsessed with sports. In fact, the only thing he watches is news, so I don't know why he's obsessed with sports balls. I'm kind of wondering, because now I'm just thinking rule of threes. What's the third sport ball he's going to mention? What sport? What ball? I'm going to bet tennis. I don't know why tennis, but I just feel like that's the next logical one he's going to go for. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Okay, that was pretty short. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much! And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Just gonna slap bullets. Their second meeting, cross-examination. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Hold it! Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying!
Well, I think the point here is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying! It's like, I was right! Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. He gave something to the person inside the room. I said, hold it! That's pretty good. Hold it! I said, hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. Probably ask him only one question at a time. Okay. Ask about the person inside. Why not? So who took this something the bellboy handed off? It's like, yeah, his testimony, I guess, was he handed something to someone. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah.
Well, it was Mr. Engarde's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Engarde himself, I'd say.
And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony, I went too far. Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if we press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, it just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. Okay, hold up. Where'd I leave off? He gave something to the person inside the room. Right. So... I said, hold it. I said, hold it. Yep. Keep going and ask for more details because we got to ask another question. What did he give? He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, yes! It was just like that! Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see.
I think it was... No.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
I think I know what it was. But I'm gonna press it first. A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. Yeah, I can figure that much out. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
And the old guy just left without even going into the room. Okay, so I'll have to show the statue to him. But I'm going to ask every other question first. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engarde's room? He opened up the door to Viola Hall. Went there, and who knows after that, right? I do. Right to me. Or rather, right to Mia. Maya. Not Mia. Mia's dead. Maya. Maya's not dead yet. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? He saw something else? He saw the entire... He might as well have seen the crime happen. Jeez. There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. He saw Miss Oldbag. Okay, I guess I better show him the bear. The only small wooden statue-like thing I have. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Objection! Uh-huh. Why aren't you saying anything else? He just sat there.
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. I'm the one who said it. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey! That's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out! I recall we found this at Mad Engarde's mansion. At the defendant's house? Oh, this doesn't look good for my client. Silence.
What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corota in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungar's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. I just figured out why the bear's important. It's a puzzle. But it's more like a Chinese puzzle box. Can you guess what's inside? I think I know. It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt on guard is the killer's client.
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah, it really is. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable points would you like to explore further?
See, I want to explore the bear itself. But I also want to do everything else. Power's testimony, why not? Let's see where this goes. Mr. Power's testimony, of course. Huh? That was fast. Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I'd say it's your head that's questionable here. Ah! Oh, okay. Well. Can't have losing a point be a thing. Well, I'll just proceed, see where this goes.
Yes, I agree. The cross-examination went smoothly and there was nothing wrong with the testimony. Now then, I believe...
Not done yet? Please wait.
You are being very persistent today.
Because I can't let it end at this. Like this. I know my outburst just now was a little questionable. Questionable indeed. But there really are some questionable points left to discuss, Your Honor. What are you trying to pull?
Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable points would you like to explore further?
The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room.
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as I don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! Well, if he's gonna do this, I'm afraid I have to go back. Because I want to ask about the bear, not the guy who received the bear. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Onguard's mansion. However, Mr. Ongard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since... That's a good point. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. On Guard who took this bear to his mansion. Okay, that's a very valid point. Hold on. Oh, dang. I don't know which point of these I want to explore further. I want to explore both. Ah, dang. Okay, we're going this way. Person who received the bear first. And then the guy goes, ah! And that's where I stopped it.
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it! Okay, that's bad. You've got to be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Mr. Matt On Guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks for the offense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! He was not the only one dressed as the Nickel Samurai that night! Haha! I got it! Your Honor!
Again, Mr. Wright? We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questions would you like to explore further?
Okay, so it does let me explore both. That's good. Fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. On Guard's mansion. However, Mr. On Guard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home! Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. On Guard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We hadn't even considered that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Disaster averted, it seems. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at On Guard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. A butler. All this time, he was the killer. The killer and On Guard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at On Guard mansion as its butler. Crud. Well, that's a problem. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to On Guard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Come on. I want to open up the bear and prove myself right. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? No, we've attacked everything.
Well, I think we've heard enough. We know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion. as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Yeah. Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do?
I'll raise an objection. I need this thing to go as long as I can. Well, now that onto my
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick.
Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one,
he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin.
Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes.
Is this all you have?
Right now, yes. I'm just trying to stall.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory.
What do you say? Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Pearls!
I'm kidding.
Where am I?
No, I'm kidding.
The killer himself? Celeste Impacts? Or maybe Adrian Andrews? Adrian Andrews?
Yes. We already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime.
By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far to pin the guilt on someone else.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya.
Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor.
For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
That's right, I did wonder that.
The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away.
Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, no pressure. It's only noon. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay! Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power? I still like this ringtone. I kind of want to get this for myself. It's kind of catchy.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe. Beep. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. It's amazing you knew that we were in recess. We just barely found something to latch onto. That's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you found out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads. But, what? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent?
I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor, so...
I heard her! An old office building! Good stuff, pal! He's aware of the Fae style of channeling as well, I think. At this point. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia! Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. It has been 3 days.
Gumshoe, please hurry!
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
Actually, the more critical issue is she's not just starving. If she hasn't been given food, it doesn't sound like she's been given water either, so she's dehydrated.
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Andrews. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court as to this bear's secrets?
All right.
Why? Why does she... She trashed the room looking... Okay, yeah. I was wondering what... Okay, she's trashing the room looking for the bear. I think she might have known. Or did she? I guess we're gonna find out. The bear figurine.
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a... You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
One second. I'm going to take a brief 2-minute pause to scarf down a little food because I have eaten nothing all day. BRB, just 2 minutes. And we're back. Oh, sorry about that. I had to scarf it down. You know that feeling whenever you don't eat anything for too long and all of a sudden you get a bit lightheaded and you start realizing, oh, that's why I'm lightheaded and dizzy. I've eaten nothing all day. Yeah, as I started tripping on my words more and more, I realized it's because I'm hungry. I needed to eat food so I didn't keep tripping on my words. Alright. Things are only going to get better from here. Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. The bear figurine. Cross-examination. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. Really now? A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. The people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart. And how would you go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I'll just keep playing with this.
I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity... Oh, wait. Ah, dang it. Don't back. Wrong way. Store a small item. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Okay. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are that many people with the same bear in this country. True, but I think anyone else could figure out how to do it if they just take the time to figure it out.
But this looks like it could be easily broken. And especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. 2 of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Figurine updated in the court record, a wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Corrida and Andrews knows how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize... Realize what? That there is one very important fact we have uncovered and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Well, yeah, we've clearly stated that. So of course I realized that. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Aw, I wanted a chance to try. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. That's not good.
Order! Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did.
I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? I don't know. Why? Oh, right. I guess that is the next logical question. What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. I thought we already know what's on the note. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of that note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Angard. About being engaged to Corrida and Angard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Angard. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
Matt Angard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Found inside the figurine, it tells of Engarde's horrible misdeeds. It's Engarde's fault that woman killed herself! And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that! How terrible! What a selfish person! I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. The Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time.
Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note.
Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. Let me save. It's been a while since I saved.
The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry!
Suicide note, the figurine. Which one of those should I pursue? What's the game's logic? Because my logic says I should go after the figurine, that he wouldn't know the suicide note's in there. But would I go after the suicide note instead to say he didn't know the suicide note was inside the figurine? Or to go after the figurine to say that he didn't know the suicide note was in the figurine? The suicide note or the figurine? The suicide note. That's gotta be it. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Engarde killed in order to obtain this note. Man, this crowd is loud.
Yes, that is correct.
But it seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. And you see it too. This note was hidden by Mr. Corda until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Engarde could not have known what was written on this note. Well, I was going to say that he didn't know the note was in the bear.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order! 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 You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
I have none, apparently. It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Met on Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on Guard.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well,
Sort of.
sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. That's exactly it. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Oh, last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Don't choose Bug Sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt on Guard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I to say to that evidence? It's fingerprints on a spy camera. I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Matt on Guard learned of this suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Or do I? Hey! Now what's that Lori thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shush! Stop! Don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so... ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What I'm going to do next?
Does running away like a frightened child work? Because that's what I want to do.
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objection, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? I don't know. Piece of evidence, piece of evidence, piece of evidence, piece of evidence. Piece of evidence. Piece of evidence. Piece of... Piece of? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at? Should have let it go. I need to present it, but I don't know what it is. So, Mia was very cryptic. I have no idea. I'm gonna present the evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor. Of course you do. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! There! Better? Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting things go easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. I am! That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? It is, but I don't know what you mean yet, so I'm just sort of bluffing. And I need your words to make the bluff convincing. So you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Yeah! I mean, isn't it obvious? Uh... I really don't know. Time to wing it. The bear. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Some special examination. Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Whoops. Load the save that I just made. Okay, I'm gonna save over here so I can get past all those. Just to reposition my save file. So there's some evidence that he hasn't examined, and Mia didn't really hint at what it was, just that there was some piece of evidence that wasn't examined. Let's see. Recently examined was the other spy camera, but this one wasn't examined for fingerprints. And this one... This is the card that Miss Andrews had. These are the only pieces of evidence I think are worth examining. Nope. Wasn't that. I gotta reposition the save again. A little too far back. There we go. Well, let's try the card then. It is not the card. So it wasn't the card or the camera I had. Those are the only logical pieces. And I examined... Well, I guess... I examined the figurine. The suicide note? That's all we've been talking about. It was a suicide note. Okay.
That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright! You can't seriously be suggesting...
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Miss Andrews! You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so that you could use it to frame Matt Engard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
Whew, okay, I rebounded it back to him. It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting announces my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Heingard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! Guilty! This is why you don't go by mob rule, first of all. I mean, they're right, for once. But usually, this is just chaos. Just a lot of guilty yelling. Ha-ha! What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
It's terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry.
I just need a little more time.
But don't tell me we don't have any more time.
How does the killer keep catching on to them right on his tail? Jeez. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to have come this far and... Oh! What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Take that! Throw. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. But
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Edgeworth! Please wait, Your Honor. You could have done that before he banged the gavel. Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence at that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Right! Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time! Report! Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out! Right! It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can you use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal.
I've got the things he left me. I got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Lady items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir. But I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light! Be safe! Jeez. Items left by the murder. Maybe there's something among them that would be decisive enough to end this. What just happened? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. That's ominous. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We got to hurry and call for help! But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, there's a way we can find out where he is. Then we have a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Yes! That's right, there is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this! Yeah, there's totally a way. It's this thing I have right here. It's, the Magatama? No, the transmitter! Transmitter is! Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. I guess this won't work, huh? I guess that's me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. What I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not.
That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes. Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was urgent. Extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued! No! Well, here we go. We're gonna try and resolve this right now. Was there something I could have given? All I had was a bunch of evidence and only a couple electronics. None of it connected to Mia, to Maya, or Mia, to either of them. So, very confusing. Why it gave me a chance. I don't get why it gave me a chance. Like, here, it's this thing! What thing? We have no evidence that can help us find Mia. Maya. Why do I keep saying Mia? Mia is the ghost of my dead mentor who keeps coming back to help me. Maya is my assistant. I think I'd remember that by now. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Surprising.
Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about En Garde. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. En Garde could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. It's clear that En Garde had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Yeah. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. En Garde to not have known it was a fake. Because... Camera! What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right. A camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. En Garde knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Unguard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! Ugh! So then, the defendant knew that the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Unguard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Unguard monitored Mr. Corda 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Unguard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place?
Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Unguard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh? Well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? Oh, crud. Oh, crud, I know who's calling. That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes! Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It's...
Yes, go on. Who is it?
The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer.
Wait! Shelley the Killer?
You mean the killer? I mean, the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? You know how he's gonna do it, right? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. The transponder, yeah, I knew it. That's actually pretty clever. Sorry.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. And it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my course. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present us some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelly the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
And this is when it comes out that he's got a hostage! Hey!
Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
Egad!
Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances. So,
now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well.
this is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream.
Shelly the Killer. What is he gonna say? Witness testimony about my client.
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? That seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next. So stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Cross-examination about my client.
There's something I must first state.
Before what? We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us about your clients?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. Even though she was talking on the radio, you don't know she's a prisoner. A hostage.
To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
The trust between you and your client?
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner?
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name, so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it did, if it ever did,
Yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough! Please, no more!
Very well. It was only a hypothetical, anyway. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. So to speak.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
The rule?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
Ah, no! I, didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. He's talking to a trained assassin.
It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
We understand. So please, tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us his name already.
Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast, and closed. So you're going to have to work to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist, you know. Okay. What do I have to know? I see. I have to present something to him. But what do I have to present? The trust, right. The trust between him and his clients. I have to prove that the trust has been broken. And he already knows it's been broken. He just said so. Which part do I need to put it in? I think I need to put it there. Right here. Yeah, this looks good. No, that wasn't right. Dang it. I thought it was right there. As said, nothing more important than the trust between the client and himself. I'm certain it has... Wait, wrong button. Ah, dang it. I don't want to go through all that again. Just gonna save some time. Okay. Okay, so it's not the camera. Nothing more important than the trust between a client and himself. For that reason, I'm here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. If I could just have the videotape, I could prove it. But I actually think that the killer took the videotape with him. Wait, didn't he say something about knowing his face? Hold on. That wasn't it, no. I thought he said something about it's good that no one knows my face. If anyone knows my face. Here it is. Straight about me and my identity. Yeah, you said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who'd have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent.
Okay, so... Okay, I see. I can't... It's not presenting. It's constantly talking and re-talking. Well, let me try this again. About to tell us the name of your client. Very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules. Yes, he broke the rule. Person tried to... Okay, yep, save themselves. So high and mighty. He's still talking about that. Okay, here. I think I have to go back here now. Yep, that was right.
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Correda?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What? 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 There's no way! What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps. I I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelley the killer!
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
We don't want to win this, but it does feel that way.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive, and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard it from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client, who was requested to murder, was not the defendant at all. No! With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent!
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion, and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately!
What now? With the way this is going, Matt and Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would...
Oh, dang it. I got stuck into the killer voice mode for a second.
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me.
Oh, no.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! A testimony just now. It was all one big lie! Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? I think first I'll save. Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? continue the trial! Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt on guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Matt on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here, in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client, Part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Correa was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the fifth time now. Quite. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Or has it? Just a second, Your Honor. 1 second, please. 1 moment. All that drama. Need a drink.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
I do. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us. Time to cross-examine.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However...
Hold it! I'm gonna stare down this radio.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness. About requesting a hit.
Yes?
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
No! I'm not thinking of hiring...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Finishright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime.
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Well, change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for their crime.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very clear to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, and to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene.
Was she not? So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
I'm not gonna kill anybody. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services. Ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrado was dead.
From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Okay, so that's the... Hold on, I'm gonna memorize the point. It was... Adrian Andrews already knew at the very... Okay, yeah, that one. Gotta remember that.
But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button.
So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime was pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill. That is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally.
Naturally.
The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you not like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, I know where I'm going, Adrian Andrews. Oh, wait a minute. Knew from the very beginning. Wait, no. Yeah. I think this is the spot. Camera? Dang it! Why is it never camera? Why can it never be camera? Okay, I have to present evidence now. Or I have to listen to all the testimony again. So that's what they did before. Hold up. I might have to listen to testimony again. Hold on. Let's see if it's all the same. Okay. This utter ridiculousness. Yeah, I remember that. Then we go here to be able to overlook hiring the person to kill. I only have to go through all the points before Adrian Andrews knew he was already dead. The problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very good at my job. However, I will say this even though I'm... Okay, yeah. Okay. Talking about the button knife. This card. Oh, this card. Yes. Continuing on. I'll pretend to be a first person. Okay, yeah. So you're saying most clowns don't do such a thing? Correct, usually, yes. Okay. No, I'm not planning on trying to kill you, Judge. Stop thinking I'm gonna kill you. Okay, my clue was in here. I know that. They dinged, he said something, everything. So, let's take a look at this again. From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Yeah, that's my clue. They know everything. What did she not know? How can I prove Adrian Andrews didn't know the guy was dead? With love, Celeste is written on it. No. These two evidence really point to her. Changes the footage taken into radio waves and transmits the data. She knew that he was already dead. The knife was stabbed to frame, as was the button taken. These are the pieces of evidence that they've mentioned. And the card was taken. Wait, why would she have trashed the room if she knew that he was going to give her... Oh, come on, this is totally it. Don't tell me it's not. Oh, it's not. Dang it. How do I... She trashed the room... Wait. Maybe the bear, because she trashed the room looking for the bear. He went in and gave the bear, right? Yeah. That's the incongruency. I just need to find a way to connect it. It's got to be the bear. It's not the bear. It is sadly not the bear. The bear is not the answer. Oh, it has to be the bear. The bear was... Okay, pondering time. He goes hands bare to person dressed as Nickel Samurai. Wait, dressed as Nickel Samurai. Oh man. Oh my gosh, this contradicts all the testimony of Powers. He took the bear and handed it to somebody in the Nickel Samurai costume. She only faked the crime. She faked the crime and then escaped there to try and frame him dressed as the Nickel Samurai. So if he gave it to her while she's dressed as the Nickel Samurai, that would be suspicious. How do I prove it though? Running at time of murder. Okay. Ooh. Is this really gonna be that subtle? Is this game really gonna be that subtle? She picked up a glass with her fingerprints on it. Ha ha ha! I found it. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews re-entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all!
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right. I have to buy us more time. I will wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
All right.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's clients is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Cross-examine. Request taking.
This request came to me, about a week ago.
1 week ago, are you sure?
Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time?
It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony.
Oops. Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I tried to fulfill all of my conditions of my client's requests. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? Press further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear. The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was.
I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
It was very important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. We already knew that. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. I thought that was important. It was important for stalling for time.
We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
Which bar? So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Okay, they're gonna do this on every single one. I'm gonna say it's not important. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
Ha! Oh, he slipped up! Oh, he slipped up!
That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
That's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Alright, let's, I'm gonna save in case I want to just go back and check something. But it was very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
I'm gonna come back to this one.
That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
Made one mistake. So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. But there was something very wrong with the killer's testimony. Doesn't seem to be... Oh, there's something very strange. It's some information from him, but you can't draw this suspicion. I've already got it. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Not really. All we had to do was ask about Adrian Andrews and... Oh, dang. I missed it. Hold on. Keep trying. It was right here.
From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client.
But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? So pressing's not the matter. I guess I need to... I like this. John Doe? Shelly the Killer. John Doe? Shelly the Killer. Maybe I should just present Adrian Andrews and be like, something's wrong here. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy?
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelly the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Oh, why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up. about her.
So, what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Well, that's it for that transmitter. Better get another one.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Yeah.
He's sweating so much that his transponder is sweating oil. Which they don't have. Interesting.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? I'm always bewildered, even though I'm a judge. Ah, the world's always new to me. Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Yeah, but so does every witness you ever get. Most every witness.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth. And nothing but the truth.
Request taking part 2, witness testimony.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small thieves. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
Wow, there's all kinds of wrong with this testimony. Now he's just winging it.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how much of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Request taking part 2.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now. Let's start with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
All right then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one, and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client?
Do I? No, but I also don't have any proof that he sent a letter, so I don't think I have any proof.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong.
I've missed Edgeworth's quips at my expense.
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client.
And why could you not meet certain clients?
Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
I'm very sorry.
I remember how stupid the judge sounded in the courtroom in the anime. I remember him asking that question. How do you send a letter through the internet? Like, no, Judge. We'll tell you after court.
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and
the request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things.
Was it 2 or 3? 2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with the case.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed the button the wrong way and he got mad. I'm gonna let it go for now. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious.
Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please.
When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you're saying that you never saw your client's face? Not once?
I did. Once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time.
A mask?
The nickel samurai mask.
Oh, the nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
Do I? That's the nickel samurai. No. No. Where's the photo? There it is. That's Adrian Andrews wearing the nickel samurai costume. Dang it, that actually does check out. That checks out. Not right now. Not right now. I think I could pull something out of what he said. But it'd be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with the testimony, Your Honor. We pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like you're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we'll end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh, yeah. All we need now is pray that those items reach us in time. Okay. There were two parts that I could actually object to. Either I present evidence for one or the other. Two or three other small things was one of them. Or wearing the mask is another. Two or three other small things. Or it was Adrian Andrews wearing the mask. He could have just assumed, the argument there would be that he could have assumed that Adrian Andrews was just a shorter man, shorter than the actual suspect. Or the defendant, I mean. I think I'm better off going for the two or three small things. I think. Things. Press further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Oh, crap, this might be the wrong one. Yes? Everything I said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber! And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I'm glad I saved. I shouldn't trust my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Well, I saved, so let's go for it. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Tense! Alright, cool. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews.
Whew, made it through that part. Let's do this now. I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan, to frame Mr. Ungard. I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any other problems with this piece of testimony?
Why were you waiting for her there? Yeah. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in the statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Doctor, when did you become a doctor? I have bear. Why were you at the house? What evidence do I have? I'm gonna think it over again. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous.
It appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue.
These are seven. Oh man. Well. Sorry, okay. So I did once. Gave the bear over because of that. Because Andrew was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Okay, here we go. There is a contradiction. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. He received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. On Guard. And at the time, he was not wearing his... Oh, crud. I think I made a mistake. He was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Oh!
Order! Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness.
Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to various rooms.
Yeah, there was no booze ever. I don't know why they say juice.
Is this getting the early 2000s censoring? Is that what this is? Because pretty sure there's plenty of wine as well.
Is that so, Rob?
Huh?
The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person.
I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? I've seen his office.
And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money.
What? What? Judge! Uh-oh, here we go.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client.
Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know?
Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time.
That is true. I'm sorry! Please forgive my foolishness!
If only you were apologetic all the time. This apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness.
We pretty much reached the end of our... Oh, crud. Do I have to present evidence? Fact is, I'm not really sure what evidence I need to present. Okay, I gotta get through here again. Skip. There is a contradiction. Does that and yada yada. Can't be trivial. Here, I'll just save right here. Because I'm gonna get it wrong a few times. I'm pretty sure, because I don't know what to present. Maybe Mr. Bear statue, right? Mr. Bear puzzle? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion. Is that correct?
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
It's the battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Bear! Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it.
This item?
I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? I have it back here. I'm always ready to go somewhere.
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means? It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Agent Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order! 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 Very good.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not.
That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, or I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgewood? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should... Edward, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution...
What has come over everyone? Even you are!
The prosecution... rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. Most unusual indeed. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then
The prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews, we charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engard, to the stand.
The items from the killer's hideout didn't make any time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it! The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Engard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die! But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer! Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end! It all hinges on what I choose!
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on guard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Oh crap, my heart stopped! Ah! My client, Matt on guard, is... This is just a hunch. But let's see. I'm not sure. Ah, dang. Is there a right and wrong answer? I want to declare him guilty, but I don't want Maya to die. But I'm pretty sure we can save Maya. But she's in the hands of a killer that we can't find. And Gumshoe is currently not here. And Gumshoe. Okay, I've got an idea of what to do, and I'm gonna make this call based on the assumption that Gumshoe's gonna make it in time. Gumshoe!
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Ah! I've been whipped! Franziska von Karma!
What are you doing here?
Oh!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off the scruffy old fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
A Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition.
Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoe's. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court.
All right.
Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Some were among the evidence we're about to see. There will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Did the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, no one was shot. There's no sign of a gunshot. More details are not needed on this one. Well, I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
That's it! I've been looking for that for ages! Question for more details!
Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man.
Got it. Actually, hold on. I'm a little curious. I can't shake my curiosity. I'm a curious guy. I'm gonna question for more details. Any relation to the case? We have yet to perform ballistic tests, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me. Oh, right! I forgot she was shot. It's the gun she was shot in the shoulder with. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Probably not. Okay, now the tape. Get through the tape thing that we already just read. Yada 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 yada. I went back for it. He went back for it. 3 officers on site, and they somehow protected it. It's very important. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? More details, please. Was that used during the crime?
I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There's a button missing on this uniform.
A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. The bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items in Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court has already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew it. There is no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us. 2? The first. Make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible! The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia! That's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. The truth shall set you free.
There are no objections to this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I object again! I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
You already said that person, so you know who I think. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Would you like to show us? Who would you like to show evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
Only one piece of evidence to show him. Ah! I'm confident of what's on the tape.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right. It looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape? Water! Water! Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
Whoa! What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
He's gay. Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did my guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There is only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. I mean, he flat out told me when I asked him.
Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer?
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Cold. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I got an item? Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights.
Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
He heard it all. Mr. On Guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. I'm gonna plead guilty. Because the killer said he was going to kill this guy no matter what. But I'm not gonna have another person convicted for his guy's crime. This guy's guilty. He's guilty. Lock him up. Matt on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set your foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Wow, holy jeez! Ow! Ah, that was brutal. But no, yeah, we'll censor all wine as juice. Never mind the fact we got hangings and people clawing their faces off.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much of this.
Mr. Edward, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about.
Yeah, a lot of things, like email.
But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life?
My client, Matt Angard, is
he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
right! Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really? Pearls! You're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
This kid, stop crying. Thanks. She's adorable, but she cries a little too much. Nothing wrong with crying, it's just that I don't do her voice very well, and having to do her voice while crying is really hard. That's really all my only grief. Oh! What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
Oh, Miss Von Karma. Yeah, that's Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost.
Your perfect win record has now been crushed.
And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner, and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have.
A prosecutor has shamed himself with defeat, should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendants. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that single one truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes. That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. They just got threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Her whip? Why? Okay.
Nick!
I know who that is.
Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Aww, happy reunion. Good feels all around. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. But we pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Someone really hungry. Alright, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look nice, like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me.
You think I look like a burger?
I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please? If you insist. Alright. So, how about we hit our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! To be fair, she hasn't eaten in 3 days. Wow. March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. at the Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Yeah, minor injuries, just a concussion. Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed.
I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. But you got hit.
A telephone pole?
And it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. And I ain't joking. Yeah, I agree. Giga Chad indeed. Giga Chad Gumshoe. Who's somehow able to survive only on ramen alone.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks. Now look here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
It looks like the old one.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on! Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective.
Huh? Me?
You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's...
Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I went off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
But you said 3 things. Yeah, sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item?
Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But whoo boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like I had it rough, Cal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aww, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Wait, that sounds familiar. What is it? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing's picking something up. That's Miss Von Karma's receiver! Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. It's probably his coat. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me.
Wait!
What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Want a wine glass of tomato juice? I don't know. Want a bear? Got a puzzle? Maybe a whip? I don't know. Hey, here's a gun! Thanks, man. Here's a gun. Thrown away by Francisco Macarma, it has a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. I don't know. I can give him a camera. I don't really have anything that's not evidence, is the thing. Everything I have is evidence, except for her whip. Wait. What's this? Let's see. Well, it's a thought that counts. Not very good at showing my appreciation. I have no idea what I was supposed to get. It was either that or the whip. It's not like I had a lot of, hey, thanks, man. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Ah, man, really? Should I go back? I can't even press start, so I couldn't save.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say, thank you to Nick. Huh?
Why me? I don't get paid, apparently. Yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So, kinda already put your name on the bill. You put my name on the bill?
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000.
Jeez!
Huh?
Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? No, I'm out like $10,000. Nah, maybe not that much, but a lot. It's over 3,000. Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
All right, then. If you say so. Objection!
Aw, man, I can't believe I didn't pick the whip. Oh, well. It was probably just a nice little Easter egg. Or did I miss something really big? It really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I'm living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Please don't do that. Please don't make it a habit. It's already becoming a habit. I'm gonna have to save her again in the future, I think. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya and Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
How? You're 8! How does she make reservations? She's an 8-year-old. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting the one go is bad enough, or something. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. Don't do that. Now you're out of car. Whoa. She's back. She's from the first episode of Just for All. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. She's giving up. She's leaving the force. Okay. And bring smiles and joy to people who come by the restaurant. Hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Okay, so she left the force. That's interesting. So you know they're gonna do coming up next time. Oh, this guy.
Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi, Director Hottie. Oh, you recently... Yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes, but I remember. If I even laid so much as an eye on her, I would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh.
That guy's so creepy. I hope he doesn't come back in the 3rd game. He's so weird.
Yes, he's so weird, yes.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, lovelies. Or sweeties.
He calls everyone a sweetie. They're going to Zimbabwe, apparently.
Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake? And bunnies who can talk?
You really don't know what the real world's like. I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. It's fair. He's not that funny of a clown.
Oh no, I knew it was gonna be Mo next. I'm ready! I'm ready! There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls, represent!
We got a new act. Oh man, I can't do this that fast. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Man, it is going fast through some of these. And I have the text speed set on 1.
What's this? Drat, it's just an old one.
Okay.
I can't believe this, really! How long do they plan on making me do this?
She's still sweeping the...
But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have deep, important meaning. But I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought...
Oh man, she just keeps going and going. Stop, please! I can't read that fast! Where they started the scene. Oh man. Oh, that Wendy old bag.
Whew. I like how they just forgot about her and left her there, sweeping the entire building.
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult with her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Wow. This is a long credit sequence of a lot of people to talk to. Oh, to kill her.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will be taking a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
He's got a website. Wow. This has been fun. I can't wait to start the next game. But right now we have a teaser. I knew it was coming. They did it at the end of the last game, too. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, gate 12. Where are you going, Francisco?
How did you know I was here?
With this.
I heard you were planting things on a certain person.
Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things.
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
It's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up!
You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be the one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Right. Okay, that sucks. I should have given the whip.
Just a bit. You always. You know, I walked out head without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you.
I wish I could. It won't let me. Ever since I didn't give him the whip, I haven't been able to press the start button.
And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see. I've been wanting to go back and actually do the whip, but it has not let me at all, and that's what I'm mad about.
You know I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisco von Karma. I am Francisco von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. It was her drawing. Okay, it was Maya's drawing. She drew Nick's face on the card. That was cool. Farewell, my turnabout. I'm still irritated. Hold on, I want to see something. Okay. So, we've been going at this for quite a while. This has gone way past my normal time. But I had to finish it and wrap it up. Up next will be... I'm going to have to play this on my own just to see what the little whip thing is on my own. Just because I'm curious to see what happens if I actually did give him the whip. Because, like... Real quick, where do I pick this up? Where did I last save? Yep, that's where I last saved. So, that's where I last saved. It's gonna be a long time to catch up there. That's gonna take a long time. So, thank you everybody for watching, for sticking around. Thanks for talking with me, Muto. Been fun having you in the stream. I'm excited to start the next chapter, though, because up next is the, Up next is Trials and Tribulations. That's what it is. Yeah. Trials and Tribulations. So, thanks for joining me today. I hope you all have a happy Easter Sunday. And I hope to see you all next time, next week, for more Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, on Weekends with Ace Silverfang. Peace out, all. Thanks for watching and have a great, beautiful time. Bye-bye.